This is your spoilers warning, especially for Mr. Twig. I forget who it was that said they were playing. But, time for brain-melting coziness. See you on the other side. Save some women for the rest of us. Here, let me change my stream information. And then I will explain what this game is. I am enjoying it. This is part of the reason why I wanted to stream tonight. I had to play a couple hours of Mario to get your silly man-children asses to watch my stream, and then I rug pull you after a few hours, and I play the esoteric, weirdo indie bullshit that I actually want to play. And then you're already here, and it's more effort to leave than it is to just figure out what the hell this is. Curse you and your understanding of the human habits. Your human habit understanding has caused me great ire this evening, and now I have to sit here and watch an entertaining person scratch their chin. Puzzles first and sleep during Mario. I mean, I gotta fill those seats. Played like a fiddle. See, Cactus? Yeah, if you're heading out, have a good one. I understand that it's like a complete 180 from what I was doing, so. And I just played my hand, so to speak, and told you that I manipulated you into watching my stream so that I could play this with more viewers. Is that the sponsored segment, Tech? Not really. Usually sponsors have a stipulation in the contract that say you have to be live for at least an hour before you do the sponsorship, because they know that it takes time for people to actually show up. So they don't want you to go live with a sponsorship and stream to like 20% of your normal audience. Yeah, I played for like 6 hours total last night. It is jazzy puzzle time again. Alright, so this is a detective deduction style game. I can show you, there's like a story, where is it? Here. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6th, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees, who they said would be the easiest family members to place. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Before they called you, you heard a report on WRTD radio that seemed important to your investigation. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you to the phone. On the phone, they claimed that they were a Roottree. The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. So a lot of that might not make sense. This is all evidence. You can look at the evidence. It gives you clues. You can look at your computer and search books, periodicals, so like magazines, etc., and the internet, which I've looked at a lot of things so far, gotten a lot of information. And the whole point is to accurately place pictures, names, and occupations on the family tree. And the objective is to accurately fill in every single big question mark. And once you do that, this part gets unlocked. And that's the end goal. So I'm pretty close. I've got 9 more people to fill out before this unlocks. So it's going pretty well. Hopefully that was a good explanation. You're the first person aside from myself that's played this. It's true, I'm the second ever person to play this game. Oh, there's no sound, sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. After the devs, of course. Of course. Of course. Let's see. So I need to find Tessa Green Penelope. Brother Trouble. Penelope, Tessa Green. We're gonna copy. There's a few articles about Brother Trouble, shows stars, TMS, and DCB played her sons. Not really what teenage girls cared about. Okay. Oh, I just never Googled her. Jesus. Penelope Tessa Green, or Spider. I never spidered her. When'd you get that new program other than the search things on the computer? Pixpop? Pixpop was for, it was for, where is it? This. So I like downloaded some jumbled images, and then Pixpop was the program that let me solve the puzzles to unjumble them. It's very simple. Very simple puzzles. Penelope Tessa Green's retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge club in Reno. Claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. Site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joke O-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Okay. So, that'd be Jack Roottrees. I'm guessing be K through 12. And then, did it give me a name? Okay. Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year. Most famous one seems to be Joko-Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher, which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. Holy shit. 2-drink minimum and a zero-tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting it kicked out. Don't do it. So no mention... Maybe his name's like Bear? Something like that? Baby. Occupation. Baby. Let's see. Well, it wouldn't be... Well, it could be a little girl, I guess. Let's say wolf. It's 1, 2, 3... Don't know her name. It would be Madsen, though. Be Nicole Madsen, K through 12. All right. That was quick. I don't think you should ever just gloss over Lady Breast Milk Cheese. It's a silly comedy routine. Haha. Silly, silly. Oh, the baby was wrong. Okay. So it's either Candy or Christina. Okay. Oh, over here too. This part's rough. I've been struggling to get over to this part of the family tree like the whole time. And this motherfucker. I don't know what to search here. This is so frustrating for me. So frustrating for me because this is those two. I need to find information about their kids. I've found nothing yet, and there are four important things related to this. I think you're disregarding the amount of milk it takes and that you need to also set up processing and probably multiple women. I think that you're looking into a goofy title for a make-believe stand-up routine. A lot. A goofy little one-off line in a made-up game about made-up people, and you're like, let's talk about the logistics about that. Let's discuss the logistics and the realism behind it. You're being silly. Pac-Man for a dog's name? I'm iffy on it, personally. She makes the cheese during her routine. Yeah, that's the funny part, is watching a woman make cheese from her breast milk. Here you go.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling
on down to the city.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right.
It was in quotes. Oh boy, 3 a.m. On down to the city. Let's look at the gym Roottrees. Oh? Aha! Diamonds Dazzlers is the name of an official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamonds Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included a picture of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were. She was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground, unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said that although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Jesus. Let me search up Beef Baby. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. Can't actually find anything else about it anywhere. With a name like that, it's hard enough to speculate subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism or a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had time or resources to look into it further. Conquistador. Okay, same page. Really? Okay. That made it sound like I was supposed to look into it more, but I guess not. No Beef Baby resources, I know. Wet curds, wet cheese curds. I accidentally made a, maybe you would call it the cheese curd, I'm not sure, but when I was in high school, I drank a lot of milk, like a lot of milk. Like I would have like half a gallon of milk a day, pretty much. I no longer drink milk. I'm not lactose intolerant, I just too much, can't handle it anymore. But at one point, I did something that I don't normally do, or didn't normally do, and I took a glass of milk down to the basement, where all the video games were, etc. And somehow I ended up putting the glass of milk like on the windowsill, which is very out of the way of everything. That glass of milk was there for a while. And when I finally noticed it, it was like a fist-sized ball of white goo floating in like a weird, clearish, off-yellow liquid. I did not like it. I gingerly picked it up and put it in the garbage disposal. Did it speak? Feed me! Maurice, feed me! I accidentally made yogurt. Ah, right. room temperature skim yogurt. If only it were breast milk. Okay. Does it still say 4? No, it's gone. I did it. I did it. Conquistador. Bass, Nikki. Drums, Nina. Guitar, vocals, Candy. Bass, Nikki. Drums, Nina. Who dis? Christmas card from Jim Diamond Fan Club. Picture of son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, so Wolf is the younger. Yeah. Nina is the, or not Nina, Candy, right? And this is Wolf. A musician. I guess K through 12. Okay, so that could be 3 out of 4. Is this the last Roottrees? So this is Christina. It said Candy, right? Vocals, guitar, Candy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now that this whole side is all, except for some spouses, which are like really specific to find and not required, mind you. It's all over here now. So what do I still have hints for? Is it this? Oh, fuck. Is there anything else to kind of click on these faces? No. Caroline sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. Sculpture is one of many works featured in upcoming books, Self-Portrait Art and Beauty of Women. Dedicated Eloise and Stephanie. Already got that. Centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages between 25 and 30. Caroline talks about her influences. One of the youngest in her generation. Her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Brother-in-law Dr. Wilson. I think there were multiple Wilsons, because all of these kids are going to be named Wilson. Dr. Wilson. I wonder if that's what I'm supposed to be searching. Let's see. Dr. Wilson. For some reason, after you do one thing, you can't, like, do it again. Dr. Steve Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. Website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of his 3 children. 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Hello, Dr. Stephen Wilson. Alright. Jason is the youngest one. Ooh, process of elimination time. That's what she said to do. Alright, this is Jason. This is gonna be Steven. Boom, boom, boom. Process of elimination gem and Zaz's apparently. He's gonna be a college student because he graduated high school 3 years ago. Oh. What I missed today? I beat 2 more decks in Bazzer, and I've already found a lot of things for these. A lot of things so far. So I could probably just guess these, but I kind of want to figure out the right way, you know? There's one thing left? Oh my god. Maybe it's here? Pediatrician to the stars. Not have a practice in Butler County. It seems he operates out of Warrendale, which is somewhere between Butler County and Pittsburgh. He does. Okay, so this would be how I found that. Okay. Sister going cousin Bonnie. So our cousin's Bonnie. Maybe I can look up cousin. So it would be Bonnie Kellogg, maybe? Is that right? Hudson. Which means this would be either Guy or Christopher. I think it's Guy. Someone mentioned Guy when referring to the older generation, I think. Maybe? Hold on. So this is... Where's the picture of all of these? Next president, Guy Hudson. Okay. They didn't have kids. So this would be Christopher. This would be Guy. Bonnie. So he's the next president. Second, so third president. And then I have no idea who he would have married. Housewife? There we go. Onto the locked one, man. I'm cruising. I thought this would take a few hours.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Boogie. Oh, the farmhand. Interesting. EC. So, how do I get a picture? It's not her. Why is that not filled in? Oh. Oh, and I have to type it in. Ooh. Edith Jacobson. That's not it. Not Ernest Madsen. It's not Elias C. Roottrees, because that's Clancy's alias. So it's not in the name list. I don't think. Cause EC is yeah. This fella. So it's not one of the names in the name list, it's just straight up I'm supposed to figure it out. So here's the thing. What even is an elderberry? Oh no, elderberry was for Elias. CE is for cinnamon extract. It's for Clancy Edward. But there's also CE. Oh shit. It's Edward Clancy. It's Edward Clancy. I know the name, but I only know the name. Where is it? Edward Clancy Roottrees. And he was the farmhand. But I don't know where to get a picture of him. What was the name of the farm? Where was that? There are a few pictures. Oh, ad time? Farmers only profile. Do you have to type the spouse too? I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Alright, I'll be right back. Stick around. FarmersOnly.com. Potato. Potato. I had potatoes. It's one of the things I was cooking up all this morning after stream yesterday morning. I'm doing really well with my diet, actually. I've been really good about having like 1800 calories every day. I had one of those scans done at the gym where you hold the things and you have your feet and your hands touching the metal and it sends like electric pulses through your body and reads them. And my base metabolic rate is 2,040 calories. So as long as I'm under that by a few hundred calories, I should be effectively reversing all of the weight gain I've done over the last 5 months in only about 2 months' time or so. Diets kind of shit due to your injury. Oop. Ouchies. Yeah, caloric deficit. Eek. Twice each summer, the Roottrees Candy Company current head of farming, Mrs. Cattrall, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. So it's not I think Catrol is... If it's Mrs. Catrol. Two T's. I think I'm gonna have to read through both diaries again all the way. That's why I'm keeping my meals super simple, Slappy Meats. Like right now my meals are having X number of chicken tenders, which are like 80 calories each. And then having this much cucumber, and then having this many carrots with this much hummus. Like, I keep it very simple. I'm not making like multiple ingredient things like a soup, stew, casseroles, anything like that. Yeah, exactly. The Minecraft diet, exactly. Makes it easier. And I'm not doing like a tracker or anything. I'm just doing the math in my head. I usually end up somewhere between 17 and 1800. The shitty thing is my trainer told me that instead of just having one protein shake a day, I should be having 2 protein shakes, which is 4 scoops of protein. So I'm essentially drinking a third of my daily calories. Sucks. So, a lot of what I eat is like, I make sure I have veggies, I make sure I have fruit, I'm having potatoes for good carbs, and then more proteins with the Chimkins. Getting some good fats with almonds, every once in a while a cheese stick, and olive oil. It's going pretty well. I really don't feel that badly, and I don't feel like tired or anything, so. Meal replacement shakes, yeah. Quark. Ooh, a fundamental particle. Don't neglect the high fructose corn syrup. Greek yogurt, but better? Ugh. I'm good. Pass. I have little cups of delicious yogurt that's flavored with high fructose corn syrup. Good old Activia. Jamie Lee Curtis never steers me wrong. Alright. I think I'm gonna read these. Okay. Elias Roottrees given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included. My Sam and distant relatives I never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. I was told trim their branches from the family tree, so why is Sam special? Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farm hands, EC and John. All three are on the books. Okay. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always a firstborn son. See, this is where I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news that I got my father's name backwards. This is the part where I'm like, EC, Edward Clancy Roottrees. But I don't think they would be a farmhand. Right? Maybe, I don't know. Last Roottrees died. Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. They had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and in all decisions related to it. A scandalous secret came out, and the five pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She even told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias and Patricia, even though they got married. Did not know her true family history when I wrote this. Didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman, chance to grow up with us. Sam might have been sister figure, Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr.'s been learning day to day from Zach. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. And the EC. Not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy. Doesn't have thick rimmed glasses, but her kids do. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face. Read the farm's operation would pass to Samantha Roottrees, as long as she was willing. Got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all. Was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from the farm for years. Never met EC in person. Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. So John Miller? Confirmed bachelor. Never met him in person. Who was it that saw him again? Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands he's seen John when he drove past. So he wouldn't like see them, kind of like in passing maybe. Do you know what a confirmed bachelor means? No, I don't. Let's see what the game says. I guess that means that they're gay? The past confirmed bachelor was a man who never got intended to marry a woman. Quite often it was used derogatory to him to imply the man was gay. Early 1900s, there's a good chance that if someone was discovered to be gay, they may be even ousted or shunned from their family. Ah. That is enlightening. Okay. So John... John Miller. How scandalous would it be if it was not Miller? So, won't lock in until you say I'm ready. Ooh. Ooh. Pop always... So here's the other part. Here's the other part where I think it's her dad was having a gay affair with the farmhand. Because at one point... I think it's the last page. Get angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. I pushed her away too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I am glad she is gone." I think that's what it is. I think that Clancy Edward was having a gay affair with John Miller. I think I'm gonna lock it in. I'm locking it in. I'm ready. Patty? Yeah. But photo? Oh, I need a photo. I don't know where to get the photo. I figured there wasn't one. How do I get one? Can I re-click? Give me another one. Couldn't find it. What the fuck? Oh, wait. So it wasn't him then. Okay, now I need to reconsider. I really thought I had it that, like... Are they twins? Oh, that's what it is. They're twins, so they got named the same thing but flipped. And Edward Clancy was shunned from the family because he's gay and became a farmhand. Aha! I was close. He's my dad. Okay, that's why she was like, no, that's my dad, because they look exactly the same. The secret gay twin. The secret gay twin. Oh, nice, Crumpog. Congratulations. You're a confirmed bachelor. I'm confirming. I nailed it. I didn't get the spouse right, though.
So,
Hi, Sam.
You thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep,
Yeah.
I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
Did you need to put the last name first? Oh, maybe. Maybe.
My book tells the truth about Elias, of 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy.
Oh, it is Elias.
My
Oops.
fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller.
Oh.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser.
I read them.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Oh, they're showing
They
the
wouldn't even
relevant
acknowledge
things.
gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
I didn't get this one, did I? I did not. Most people don't. Oh, okay. Huh.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family.
Egg cream sounds delicious. Yeah, it would be like eggnog frosting kind of flavor. One of my neighbors, I was friends with a neighbor kid when I was like 4 years old, and his mom made something she called eggnog logs around Christmas time, and it was little like stick-shaped cookies, just sugar cookies, I think. I'm not sure. Eggnog frosting with like cinnamon sprinkle. So fucking good. I can still taste them. The ad you see is volume 2. You have to be curious to look for volume 1. Ah, tricky. Tricky.
But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom from a life she deemed unworthy.
I didn't find that either. I don't know what that is. Patricia Christensen, Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. How awful is it such beauty is ripped from its rightful fate and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin, an outcast forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. That kind of spells it out a little bit, yeah?
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company.
Oh. Business watch for the presidents. I didn't think to do that.
When Ernie
Interesting.
took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions.
Lots of business watch stuff I missed.
Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Deborah Bean.
Originally,
Probably
my book was
his
meant to
wife's name
expose
was in
Elias's
the articles I didn't
hypocrisy.
find.
Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Silver screen. I never found that at all. Oh, gosh. Television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly quietly tried and convicted under the name Robert Roottrees in a French court of law. He allegedly embezzled from his company R Productions to fuel a gambling habit.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future.
Oh, so her family should technically get Clancid Trust, and she is owed many damages. I see.
His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart.
Ah.
My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you.
What I don't understand is why I had to prove what she is telling me. Like, okay.
As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has.
Yes.
Whitewashing the past to protect
Credibility,
the status quo
I
can lead
guess.
to repercussions in the present and future.
A third party confirmed my claims.
So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light.
I did it. I'm smart.
And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Yo!
Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
What the fuck? Alright, sick.
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
So long. Get the fuck out. Just slam the door on her.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
Sam Madsen's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on, and a new president took over the company. Who was it? The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. Dad, I'm pretty. Rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city. I just wanted to jam for a little bit. We're gonna try Roottrees Mania. Were there other songs you could play in the game? The punk album, I didn't even think to... There may have been a play button. I didn't even notice. I am a secret root tree. Hold on. Continue. Let's see. Here. No play on that one. The only ones are the hippie jam and the disco jam that I found, at least. Yeah. No beef baby, sadly. The Montjoys. Let me play the game. Oh! The root trees are dead. Oh, is it game volume? That's clever. Ducky. Okay. Same quit. Any desire to finish the spouse entries? Not really, no. They're ancillary and irrelevant, and I know how the story ended. Me. New game, Roottrees Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. I think it's fine to not do the spouses. Good morning, Oya baby. How are you? Alright, let's see what's going on here with Roottrees Mania. There's a whole ass new family tree. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, it's Jim.
I'm Clark.
Clark.
Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
That was close.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
It's Guy? No, Guy was on the other side of the family tree.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Oh boy.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Damn, they really did make a whole ass, like, new game. Okay. Notable events. 5 Ps. Today's August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. Bestseller for a few months at the time Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree. Welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancid Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps' only notable person on the updated tree. Roottree Mania. Another high-profile misstep. Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed to be the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymous and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancid Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicion, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Previously on The Roottrees Are Dead. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Forgot to do my see, it's affecting me. My allergy nasal spray today. My sinuses are very inflamed, all stuffy. Sherlock Holmes board games. Never played. If they're like this, I bet that's fun. Probably a lot smaller and simpler, but same kind of itch. Oh yeah, this would absolutely happen. is a new investigation of new focus after many months' newfound interest in the Roottrees. It's recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened last time. Web searches may yield new or different results, and some books, magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. Also, much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Ooh. My process of elimination is being tested. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive in the Roottrees family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information will function as they did during your first investigation. Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees, such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree, had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries, probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters, led to Caroline Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson, Chris Raff 75. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones' company website. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There's also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Okay, and then this is what just happened. To both of you. Oh. Handed you a letter. Ah. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with Clansid Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. Please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new section of the tree. We'll take time to handle verifying that, and the timeline checks out. That bass line coming in just like completely switched my brain from left to right. It was like an audio reset switch. I was so engrossed in this text, and then I like remembered that I'm a physical human being. Holy shit. Or am I? Keep in mind while we're here, if someone didn't have a child, was already disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking at the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. These areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. Start sorting out the infidelities. I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. So please fill in the tree. Together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck. Thank you both. Clark seems like a nice guy. Oh, man. Haven't done the DLC. Alright, have a good one. Thanks for chilling. Behold the monster. Yeah, this is a game for sickos, man. What does lips mean? Infidelity. So this is 5 Ps then. Oh, is this his nickname though? I gotta find his actual name. Jeez. Oh man. Felix Fellows, okay. And you have to do first and last? That's messed up. Seinfeld. He is a rapper, musician. Okay. Man, we're off to a good start. Off to a good start here. Oh. $1998. So I'm gonna take a wild guess and just say that this is Stephanie and Brian's kid. That would be my guess, because she was pregnant, right? You're not dead? Prove it? No. No. I don't know. I don't think this is like a monster. I think this will be less work than the base game, right? It's probably about 2/3, maybe, yeah, about 2/3 of the work it looks like. But researching might be tougher, so we'll see. Okay, let's start with, it says start here. Okay. I guess we'll do 6 pieces. Internet. Forgot they made you do this. Oh, we already have everything. Okay. No history. So 6 pieces. Okay. Good first search. Oh, no space. Dog face. 6 pieces. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999, perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot at the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed the core of the book, about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced, was compelling. The takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottrees was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Yeah. Fallout from the book led to the Roottrees company scrambling to release a statement due to conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis. But more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottrees Rift. A few months later, due to Rootree mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay. Let's go in order. $19.99. Sam Madson's book was released earlier this year. Details the truth about Elias Roottrees, while Sam's father, Edward Clancy Roottree, and John Miller. You helped verify her stories, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter the primary purpose of the book, and some of it's new to you and may be important to your new search. Sections have been added to your notes. Okay. Cool. Now we'll do Indecisionitis and the Rootree Rift. Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Rootree Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after the bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. After pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant, past the current line, loudly complaining she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene to a pharmaceutical commercial. The doctor claims the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that caused extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. Zing. The doctor recommends Jit Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my jit together." The final testimonial included a bald man. "I'm in the game," in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's company, I really should have gotten my jit together." Oh, God. Alright, is Jit Together going to be a new search, or is it just going to do this page? Yeah, okay. Let's look at the Rootree Rift. 3 press releases from the Rootree Candy Company after the release of 6 Pieces were referred to as the Rootree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. First was fairly standard. It stated there was no president of the Rootree Company. The entire family was made aware of the release of the book and they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Rootree would be taking over temporarily as interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clans of Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts at the time that between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. Claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely. Clark Rafferty, LaRoe, and Ron Rootree would be taking over this company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. All right. Interesting. That was all from, Rootree Rift is right there. So, Clark, 5 Ps. I did Rootree Mania. No, I didn't do Rootree Mania or Anonymous. Okay. So, these 4 now? Trumpet sound loud to anyone else? I fix this. So it's a saxophone. You ain't seen 10 bands in your life, Jit. DSL in 99, you think? It's pretty early, isn't it? Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and rumors, gossip she'd collected during the tenure. She ran the farm for a period of starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottrees until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincided with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy. According to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Oh. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women. Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Ooh. Yikes. Okay, Guy Hudson. Page hasn't been updated the last 8 months and may now be irrelevant. Okay. Alright. I will look at this now, before the ad break. I'm going to take a 3-minute ad break. How is chat dead? It's a cozy game. Guy Hudson, who was only president of Roottrees for a few years in the late 70s, early 80s, had mostly faded to obscurity except for the fancy flavors debacle. During the Roottrees mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5P appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s would come forward with stories about debauchery swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively it was not foul play and no party had taken place. Roottrees' lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation anyone who's tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Bye-bye. That's a 10. Hello. Okay. Fancy flavors. Guy Hudson, only president of Roottrees. Okay. Alright. I think it's time to look into 5 Ps. So we can... This is Guy Hudson. Where was he? I don't remember. Ah. Third president. Because that's who 5Ps is connected to, and 5Ps is the only star. So, there we go. Has there been an upside down castle incident yet? Yes. This is the upside down castle. It's a DLC. So you finish the first game, and a book is released to show that there is a 6th child that was a gay man that was shunned from the family and hidden because he was gay in the, early to mid 1900s. And then after that book was released, there's a whole thing about the Roottrees clan said trust that gives anyone that is a blood relative of the Roottrees access to candy money. So now, because of that being public, the story of the DLC is there's a whole bunch of people trying to get a sweet piece of that pie, saying, yeah, well, my grandpa was a Rootree, and he was a swinger, and he fucked my grandma. So I'm a Rootree. I want pie. Me too. Me too. I'm dieting. I want pie. Really, the big thing that I am sad I don't get to have while dieting is like alcohol. I really like having like 3 or 4 drinks in a night, getting a little buzz going, big chilling. That would be nice. But that shit is a lot of calories. And that's how I got fat. I don't have the hardware to play this. Do you recommend anything similar? All of the things that are similar that I would recommend probably require similar hardware. Sadly. Return of the Obra Dinn's also a Steam game. Golden Idol. You can play Golden Idol on Netflix, actually. Case of the Golden Idol and Rise of the Golden Idol are both on Netflix Gaming. There's a free version of this on itch.io. I don't know if the Rootree Mania is a part of it. I didn't know anything about this game until yesterday, so. Edibles are good, though. True. I've kind of avoided weed the last, like, 2 or 3 years, though. It doesn't have Rootree Mania. Okay. Oof. Saxophone, though. Alright, what was I doing? 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Rootree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias, 5Ps, is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on the website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason. That's funny. The headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Wow. According to various sources, albums and most material the 5-piece recorded as mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems, the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5Ps announced he'd retain the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for his publicity stunts, said thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. The Streisand effect. Okay. Down the rabbit hole. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5Ps triumphantly talks about taking the Roottree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. Find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Alright. Stevie Whitlock. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, he's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwiches to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay. Okay. Headline. Okay. The review mentions his real name is David used to go by Dirty Davy. What? Author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. Others were simply rewritten to turn blatant reference to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kick-started when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrees company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrees even appeared in the same magazine a week later. Since then, they've backtracked, publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay. Dirty Davy. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There's also people selling his own mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape, released as Dirty Davy from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year it actually was released based on some pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes, I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim there are multiple versions with different track lists, song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Wait. Hold on. Yes, I Can Jump. Yes, I Can Jump is, oh my god, dude, it just is unending branches. Yes, I Can Jump is a song that was on 5P's mixtape, Dirty Devil. Seems to be the only song didn't make it on the studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base. Because of it is agreed upon the mixtape has to come out in 92 at the earliest. Others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he stated multiple times he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay. Alright, Dirt Poor. Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy in 96. A lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Oh no! The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane. The line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to the character from The X-Files. Jesus. Whoops. Hey, Wackabee. The Hypnospace site that goes into all the haze genres. Oh, I got so tired of reading that game. Great game. Loved that game. Oh, that's another similar game. Hypnospace Outlaw. I got so tired of reading irrelevant bullshit, though. This game does a much better job at succinctly giving you things that are mostly relevant. News time. Nice. Major News periodical releases a new issue every week. Rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottrees, then 1 week later Miracle Roottrees did the same, denying he was. High-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottrees Mania. They appeared to be de facto publication to get news about ongoing Roottrees saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottrees Mania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention. They went back to reporting on traditional news. News time appears to be available via your periodical search. Okay. Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottrees Mania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of the magazine article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. Summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5Ps holding on the cover of the issue, has been added to your evidence. So I don't need to do this, but I'm going to anyway, just in case. Okay. And then how about... It's one word, right? Okay. Cool. I forgot I was in the middle of looking at this. I just started looking up Guy Hudson. There's still all of this. Oh my god, dude. What's crazy is that I haven't even gotten really much. I got a picture of it's David. David, right? Let's switch that now while I'm thinking about it. And put his picture there. David Fellows, musician. Oh, I need 4 again, starting on hard mode. The font in Hypnospace is awful. I don't remember it being that bad. Oh, all those articles about his mom. Holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson, the article concerns is insistent that his father was Guy Hudson. The story is dramatic and sensational, initially dismissed as fake. DNA test proved otherwise. 5P says his mother, Joanna Hudson Fellows. Joanna Fellows. Joanna Fellows. Zach Morden's secretary when he retired, then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks before she quit. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. Okay, so her name is not Fellows. It is whatever her maiden name was. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. Cashier. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, stuffed animal from her childhood. Then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. Oh! The only one not from the affair itself. The pictures shown in full inside the magazine is added to your evidence. Magazine also includes some additional history about Five Piece's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Never rapped without a moniker. Riley Fellows. Alright, I did some research. Truth these claims, able to confirm that Joanna did work for Roottrees Company as a secretary sometime in the early mid-70s, confirmed she died of a drug overdose. They were able to track down his father. Reached out to the Roottrees Company in the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims, none of which have been factual, nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name, media, and publicity. Quijobo, thank you very much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Hello, hello. What a feel-good story. Yep. Nothing like your mom overdosing and then finding photographic evidence of her fucking a famous dude. Yikes. She has a shirt that says Root Tree Family Picnic. Jesus. Okay. Do 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 do. Let's look up Zach Morden in Business Watch. Damn. Maybe he's in... I don't know how to find her last name. Okay. Charlatans and thieves. Miracle Root Tree appeared on the cover of New Time shortly after Five Piece. He vehemently denied the Five Piece was a root tree. Article was from before DNA tests that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of Five Piece's accusation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. Starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book is based in fact, left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. Points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Root Tree. And that Sam did the same before her? No. Not true. Sam's family was not destitute. Really, it was our only son who chose to take a job with no salary. Claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. I thought they didn't do that. Miracle also says the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Woof. Miracle's pretty great. Got that candy money? No. Not until he didn't get any candy money because they didn't give Sam or her descendants candy money. She got the farm, and the farm made like pennies. I think. What is it? What is Quijibo? Oh, was a Simpsons reference? Dude, Simpsons references always go over my head. I've seen maybe a total of like 20 episodes. There's a few thousand. Miracle then pivots the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clans and trusts that the family has been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, says that every time someone comes forward and the family devolves into arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish the family's reputation. Focuses on 5 pieces who appeared in news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says that he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says it's the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5 pieces lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly. Prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now, at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRoe through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We are working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. Article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrees, despite Sam Madsen being born in the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Alright. Okay. This is the only single 5 pieces album, Root of All Evil. Roottrees I played didn't make a big splash. Still, it's kind of catchy. Ooh, it doesn't say the lyrics don't contain clues. Ooh.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5 pieces coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo,
But looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick.
and her 2 dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Hey, Polymono.
Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share, that's actually extortion.
With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
Top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root.
Bring the choir in. Oh my god.
Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Gangster from Oregon.
You
with me. Take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
That was hot. So where does Miracle go on here? That's interesting. If Miracle's on here, that can't be good for Miracle. No, that song was kind of good. The lyrics didn't really rhyme at the right spots for the most part, but it was cool. He did ask a elderly pastor to kiss his asshole directly, so that is there's top marks for that. Burn the spoon line's pretty wild. It is. It is. Alright, notable events start here. Still has one that I did not look. Anonymom. Let's look up Anonymom. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new root tree being added to the Clancy Trust. Instead of claiming herself a root tree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson. Her daughter was a root tree. The accusation came during the height of root tree mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows of a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Okay, so I can look that up. In the TV interview, in the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Root Tree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to the parts of the story she found particularly credible. The momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired as more details came out. People became spectacle of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story so publicly, Roottrees were more prepared to handle all the Clancy Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. It was announced that at a joint press conference, the lawyers representing both Anonymom and Roottrees, each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after Five Pieces felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Root Tree Company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try and curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Root Tree is not a root tree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax, public backlash, was the beginning of the end of the root tree mania, since much of the fun was shared fascination about secret root trees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of Six Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Root Trees has already been eliminated as a potential new root tree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Interesting. So let's look. I'm assuming this will be the same. Yes. Okay, let's look up Jane Doe Root Tree in News Time. Oh, it's raining again. An anonymous woman appeared at the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter Jane Doe Roottrees. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. Why do I have a picture? Oh, okay. They're blurred out. It was determined through DNA tests that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottrees. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrees, did not coin the phrase Anonymom. Came before all that, right around the time of the first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Piece was confirmed to be a member of the Roottrees family. In an homage to previous covers, she holds up a photo of her daughter. Unlike Five Piece, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during the transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had a typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at a department store and hoped that nobody would ever look closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in the News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the time of Five Piece's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar. She knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottrees. All of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details she provided News Time, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. Five Piece's case was strengthened, and this news story was subsequently published. Interesting. Okay. I'm assuming same thing. Alrighty. So that doesn't have any clues to it. It's just kind of there. It's weird. Okay. Notable events still has one. I didn't look up Clark. Okay. Clark Rafferty dash LaRue. Clack. My man Clack. Clark Rafferty LaRue is a new president of Roottrees Corporations. Does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Oh, really? In early March 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottrees taking over for what was essentially described as transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottrees. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay. Root. The Root website, a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, contains no new information. Most recent catalog, Spring '99, an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who's apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name. She seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the website, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees Sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. The guy will fuck anything that walks. I am a root tree. Love Clack. Who doesn't love Clack? Clack's my man. In Clack we trust. Alright, Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Is that just going to be this page? Yes. Okay, Ruby Legal Enterprises ought to be something. RLE is the name of a law firm that has been hired by Roottrees Candy Company named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 Pieces and the revelation that the Roottrees internal law group was complicit in such cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees Corporation, including Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sisley Sanchez. Alright, first, Ruby Spratt. Like her legal company is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees from a website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She is subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, excelled at school, and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated top of her legal class, quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was legal consultant for a class-action lawsuit against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. What? The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between traditional lawyer and PR manager. Okay. Mid-Eastern University is notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, the spooky Spectres, not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments with pride and joy. They also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools, haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools. Some refer to it as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, scientific name for Ivy, and Herald. Website boasts they have historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press they use to print one special year-end issue, the Herald, each year. The Herald, a school newspaper at Mid-Eastern University, it appears to be available in your periodical archive. After a bit of research, you discover its name is a combination of Hedera, scientific name. Okay. Ruby Spratt. Periodicals. The Herald. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class, Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. It didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. Felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty. Unfortunately, judging by silence, they remained unconverted. So, Well, that's fucky. So the lawyer handling all of the Roottrees cases for people trying to take their wealth has a vendetta against rich people. Huh. That's interesting. There's definitely more there. Don't we all? Likely, yeah. Sisley Sanchez. Sisley Sanchez is the author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. Written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, first to her claim to fame. According to the site about authors, Sisley is known for her nonfiction, focused on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Sisley appeared in a magazine called Picotee with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Sisley herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Alright, let's go in order. Actually, let's do this first. Picotee. Picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Oh. Huh. Okay. Portrait of a Changed Man. Sisley Sanchez. Out of print. The book's description has this to say. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in a blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Sisley Sanchez tells this powerful story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Sisley Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Okay. A book she had commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Huh. Okay. I didn't find the notebook overly useful in the main game, but this seems like there's a lot less evidence and a lot more just reading articles and web pages. So I should probably start taking a few notes. Seemingly. So somehow I gotta find my way. Interesting. So Ruby Legal Enterprises gave Sisley a cease and desist along with Picotee. This fucking game, dude. You gotta type magazine. Otherwise it just tells you what it is. God damn it. Ugh. Piketty magazine is a publication, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles and appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch on, create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. Recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. Often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue, all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not given the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by Roottrees Corporation. Particular issue is the Big Sass Sea Bass. Issue was pulled from shelves, now has become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. Find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy over $1,000, though nobody bid. In an issue focused on talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson. The issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue is pulled from store shelves, making it subject to some conspiracies, an instant collector's item. To this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Look. Issue of Piketty magazine that contained the article about Cicely Sanchez. Story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seemed that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by Roottrees' lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering the magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Basil bulb. The basil bulb. Popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages. This utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. 8 clues. From nothing. A really funny horror movie. Yeah, it'd be pretty good. Kind of like that the monkey movie that came out recently, like the horror comedy or whatever. Fish Satan's got all the clues, apparently, dude. What if I just look up basil bub? I do want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Back? That happens sometimes. Oh, game crashed. Hopefully it autosaves. Sometimes that happens. Either my OBS, my computer, Twitch, somewhere along the line, it just disconnects OBS and doesn't let me connect for some reason. I have to get out of there. Add now. In a couple minutes. The VOD shouldn't have been cut. I don't think the stream went down. It should have been not like this. I hope it didn't go down. If it went down, that's bad. I guess we'll find out. didn't. Good. Excellent news. Okay. Yeah, good. We still have everything. I do not know. I guess I could look for other terms in Picoti. Oh, what was I saying? I was in the middle of saying this game is like a combination of Hypnospace Outlaw and Return of the Obra Dinn. Viewer count was cut in half. Yup. All the people that fell asleep. Twitch having any sort of hiccup does not automatically restart the stream. One of my least favorite website problems. If your stream has a small hiccup, lots and lots of people's players do not restart the stream, and therefore they are lost as viewers. But that's okay. Because that means that there are 300 people here that are actually watching, and I think that's neat. Let's see. Fruit tree. Guy. Mandel? What's his name? I forgot. Hudson. Yeah. Talking to a fish. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I don't know what to even look up or where. Maybe Sisley Sanchez? I'm guessing that it'll be the same thing, yeah. What was the lawyer's name? Ruby Spratt. Right? I think. Yeah. Alright, I'll be back after these ads. Thank you for being here. I will see you soon. ¿Cómo estás, bitches? $1 million patty points. God dang. Alright. What the hell do I do in this game? Let's read the rest of this. I didn't read all this. This was 20 years ago. Sam warns most of its hearsay. Still, you find the following information may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. They eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy, didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Oh, good lord. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" Oh my god. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth from the supervisor of the farm, but she never met her. Oh, good lord, man. Okay. Just wanted to see if there's something about factory in Brazil. Okay, Antonelli's. Large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's just a chain, because it seems a common name for Italian restaurants. May need to use a more local resource. Yeah. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant in Butler County times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asks recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Thanks, Emma. A mono swinger, yeah. I'm going to a swinger party, but I'm only going to have sex with one person. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband, Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she is a bun in the oven. They're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. She's trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. It's too much. Okay, so Christine Garland is the daughter of Elizabeth.
Well done.
Elizabeth had a daughter, same never met. I'm trying to help him. It's hard. Thanks for the 13 months. Hey, Nat. How are you? What's up, poisoned bats? Welcome in. Howdy, howdy, howdy. So, what does this mean here? final affair. Oh God, I don't know. So it would have been the second, fourth, or final. Because she was married. Dude, how the hell am I supposed to find information about this shit? Rochelle Zimmer and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentioned in the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned once in Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Okay. Bookmarks appeared in Butler County Times many times. All of them were in the form of advertisement listing events that took place at the store, such as book signings. None of it seems relevant to your current search, though Lauren Roottrees did do a book signing in 1970. Okay. Steve Garland's mentioned a couple articles. First was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later, in September 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking class, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentioned that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month. He can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991. It's titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems the local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled his way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook in addition to additional stories that follow the same format. Oh. I did not mean that as a criticism.
But I'm trying so hard not to be steadfast, but it's hard because the game makes you feel steadfast.
You want to buy some magic beans? Giant ball of Christmas lights? Yes. Just woke up from a nap? Are we detectiving? We're sleuthing around, scraping the internet, trying to fill out this giant family tree of infidelity. This is the DLC of the main game, which was all this up here. I finished this earlier this morning. And this was a lot of fun. This one is proving to be a bit more elusive in its filling outingness. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. Mark Zimmer's Kitchen Tales. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories, re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Huh? Did I misspell it? Aha! Damn guy had 5 affairs, 5 that may have resulted in children. The introduction to this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. Second is, to James and Robert, you're becoming amazing men, incredible chefs. Guess I'm a good teacher. Final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us first drink on the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. Pretty rare to meet your best friends so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Oh, that's cute. Sometimes things just work out, you know? McCarran's brew house, huh? Okay, so... Still with Christine, 2 kids. So no split. So this is they. So this is Christine. I forget her name, her last name right now. This is Steve Garland. James and Robert. Which one was first? Eye on his son. Shit. Maybe they're just in order? James, Garland, Robert, Garland, and they're both chefs, becoming amazing chefs. The only issue is I don't know how the fuck to get pictures of them. What was Christine's name? Christine Garland. Christine was the daughter of Elizabeth. Shit. So I don't know her maiden name. What was the name of the farm again? There's an older version of this page. Okay, so this is a new one. Never really celebrities, the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottrees Candy Company has always been somewhat high regards, as well as intentions of the family man and the family brand. 6 pieces of the candy companies face much less of an emphasis on Elias as a history being connected figure. There's also been those who argue his right to decide how to split his inheritance and did nothing wrong. There's a heated television exchanges, countless op-eds. First, Anderson Maple Farm. The first. Can I copy? Yeah, I can. I can just Control C. Didn't think about that. Let's go to never really celebrities. Oh, okay. Popular tourist attraction during the summer months. Explosion of off-season business. Religious and political groups decided to visit the show support Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. Pickets from gay rights activists and particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Among all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seeming indefinitely. The website says, check back later, has no date listed. The quote from Bess Williams' book appears to have been taken down. Bess Williams. Bess Williams, an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside Miami, died tragically. A young major hurricane struck the area in 1926. Bess is a minor history of the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottree mania. The site dedicated to hurricane statistics also mentions Bess Williams. The Bacordal Library, not far from where she lives, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the notification section after her. Nonfiction. The library was expanded again in 1950 and closed in 1963. Multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area and made it redundant. No longer exists. Find multiple libraries in the area according to the website. The library system in Miami's building where it was the Miami Print Museum. Search the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website, states hours and list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue known as of an unknown author. Picture's been added to your evidence. Another printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, now defunct weekly newspaper. Last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Miami Sunday, no records you can find online. Periodical search merged with another periodical, became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded only after a year. Miami Mercury Sunday, the newspaper lasted only a year, 49 to 50. Find a small website about quirky printing history facts and mentions the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging 2 smaller, failing newspapers. This resulted in 1 larger failing newspaper, only notable to the author because of combining the names the way they did. It was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Cuba by Cubans. The book Painted Cuba, released in 1963, is credited to Marcia Barban. First glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. At first glance, you say. At first glance, you say. At first glance. Cuba by Cubans. Cuba by Cubans is a book painting Cuba released. Second glance, it still doesn't seem really. Oh, I hate how clever they are. I hate how clever they are, dude. Hate it. Can we get a third glance? Can I get a third glance? Oh my god. Alright. What did I get? Who this is? Unknown author. From Miami. Alright, what was the trail I took to get here? Bess Williams. Family Man by Bess Williams. Okay. blatant corporate propaganda, but it's blatant corporate propaganda that I want to look at. Is that one of the clues? No. Okay. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. If they replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know about his true feelings towards someone of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything about Elias either. True about Elias. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it had going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Yikes. Okay, let's go back to... Wait, Business Insider? Is that what it said? Or Business Watch? Business Watch, okay. Not updated. Oh, wait. Shit. I already forgot his name. Clark Rafferty-LaRoe, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the clients of trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. Seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometimes in late March after Roottree Rift, but well before Roottree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be public face to build her reputation. Family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clancy Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that the Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound. There would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. Family decided to put her in charge of the trust both legally and as a public face to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as a sort of trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family, declaring that they begin to address the Clancy Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Damn, they gave her the keys to the kingdom and she hates rich people. Is there anything... Okay. I'm assuming this will be also be the same. Yeah. Did I already check this? Guy Hudson said no new updates. Yeah. Zach. What was his name? Zachariah Morden. Small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James. Elias trusts me carrying on his legacy. 5 pieces of chocolate maple products selling incredibly well. Robbie Roottrees. It's old. Ronald Roottrees? Ron? Yeah. Page not updated. Maybe... Article mentions nobody from Roottrees reached out to is willing to go on record. Instead, timeline events, constructed public record, accidental leak, source on the inside. Parts new to you are also most vague parts. The one supposedly confirmed by an anonymous source. Timeline says family actually held preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they want Ron Roottrees to take over because of experience running RR Productions, because he's well-known, well-respected Roottrees. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut Clance and Trust to remove Robbie Roottrees. Family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled. Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action when the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. Seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clance and Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. I'm learning a lot. None of it is helping me fill in any of this shit. Like, none of it. Oh my god. I think this is going to be Elias because they never split, he and his wife. Oh boy. Oh, that's only 3 because I don't know her last name. Which means this would be... Oops. What the hell's your name? Gwyneth Anderson. What? Uh-oh. Oh, this is the infidelity, not their... Okay. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be Stephanie Landon and Brian Jones. Because she was pregnant. Okay, let's look up. Stephanie Landon. Am I stupid? Nope. Seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of the new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting because she was born the night before Christmas. Second is what's next. There's not much substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with With the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Alright. I actually found something. Yay. Signature thumbs up. You gotta have the signature thumbs up. The baby. Jones. Named after her grandma. Carolyn? Because of Carol? Like Christmas Carol? Occupation, baby. Occupation, baby. Finally, some tangible goddamn progress. Oy, took forever. Oh. Oh, hi,
Has
Sam.
Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Dubious. An infidelity with his wife, yeah, exactly. Oops.
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The
Nice.
records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Thanks. I love you. Bye, Mom. It turns out I was a root tree the whole time. Okay, I feel like I was in the middle of filling stuff in. I was. Politics. Okay, it's another 1. That's good. If I ever find her name, it's 2. Dude, getting a foothold in this DLC is rough. Look at all this shit I have, and I just now got 4 of them. Some of them have big photos and some small. The big photos are the blood relatives to the root trees, and are the... Well, I guess they're just the important people, not the blood relatives, but they're the important people that you need. It's the blood relatives to the root trees, as well as the people they had affairs with, I guess, in this one. The big ones are the ones you have to figure out in order to progress in the game. The small ones are the optional ones that they are with spouses. So, like, spouse. Who dis? Sam Manson, a woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a root tree. Details of the case found in your evidence. Stewart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Root Tree. Ah. Okay. So that would be this one. So Stuart Clementine, who is married currently. The older boy. What was her name again? Regina Clementine. Oops. Okay. I don't know if he's a singer or not. So the reason is this one is because they're still married and they're not split. It didn't say anything about kids, but the fact that they're married is the important bit there. Her husband. Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine. But don't know her last name. She is a singer, so that'd be musician. This is Miracle Roottrees. Preacher? Is that what it is? Preacher? Yeah. Okay. So we've filled in all of the old ones, sadly. All the easy ones. The Roottrees are whores. Yeah, all the old men were a bunch of shitheads, huh? We got 2 more filled out, almost 4 more filled out. Just don't know what Clementine Stewart does right now. See if there's from 6 pieces at prodigy.us to genealogy genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine Ney Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. What is knee? Is that like originally called born using adding a woman's maiden name? Okay. So Salazar is her name. And there's a picture. Okay, that's 3. Wait. Hold on. I think I did that wrong. Regina Clementine. Okay. This is Salazar. Not this lady. Oops. Okay. She wrote about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer, never knew his father. Hold on. Fuck. Oh, I don't have her last name. Okay, so it's still 3. Told her he thought he might be a root tree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stewart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour a lot of churches. You can look her up online. She's a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. Regina said that Stewart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached his email. Sam Madsen, 6 pieces unwrapping America's Swing Families out now. Please consider saving a tree, not printing this email. Fucking printed. That's funny. Alright, let us begin our search. How good would you be at crosswords? Terrible. I'm so bad at crosswords. I get ruts. I think in ruts. If I start thinking one way and then that way is wrong, I have immense difficulty unthinking that way even though it's wrong. Crosswords are the greatest example of that. I'll be like, oh, it's this word. And it's not that word. But it needs to be that word. I can't unthink it. It sucks. Very bad at them. The fact you recognize that shows wisdom. Sure. I'll take it, thanks. Paddy the Wise. He doesn't know how to think good. 1942 and 1959, traveled the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. The only one you find mentioned here is a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. No, I know, help. Of course I made you sound pretentious. It's funny for everyone else to laugh at you, even when nothing happened. I twist your words like I twist the nipple. Some people find it nice, other people find it painful, but I twist nonetheless. Reed, you don't have that issue on other kinds of puzzles? I have that issue on other kind of puzzles all the time. All the time. Even in this game. I had it in Blueprints, have it in this game. Golden Idol for sure. Lots of games. The high-pitched chatter voice. Yeah, you really gotta say some stupid shit for me to pull that one out. Or, less common, I just decide to make you a target for everyone to throw tomatoes at for no reason in particular.
I'm stupid, but I know I'm stupid. That's what makes me smart. I know I'm stupid.
Mary Beth known for her adoptions. Listed on many sites, mentioned adoption, history of adoption. You adopted 2 children in 1994, Stuart and Mark. Mark. Okay. Oop, wrong thing. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to single line, one adoption site under unusual circumstances. 1959 surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended her career at the religious audience she had been catering to. While she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. So weird detail to include. Okay. Sterling, her manager, Sterling. Sterling Clementine. Well, this would be Mark Clementine. I don't know why I didn't. Okay. I'm guessing that this is Mark and that this is Sterling. If I had to make a little guessy, which I do. Okay. Lots to look at here. Lots and lots to look at. Let's do this first. Please. Okay, good. I was worried I was gonna get the album and have to listen to a rendition of that song. Edison is a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed a few years in the 40s, raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to the website, the history of recorded sound was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Oh. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. You may also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of The Old Rugged Cross. Says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Aha! Mary Beth Clementine released The Old Rugged Cross from New Edison, is advertised quite a few times. First reviewed by the magazine, however, listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Got her! Boom. Another 4, just like that. Yeah, adoption. Exactly. They fucked! I'm too stud pissed without coffee. Booyah! Wrong name. It was... I just saw it. Sterling Edison. It's raining. Okay, so that was correct. That was all correct. Nice. Very good. Very, very good. That means this was correct as well. Yeah, we're making some headway. Doing all right. We're doing all right here. Okay. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except for potentially a lawsuit filed in 1949, Edison Records v. Edsel. Website about lawsuits mentions fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of founding the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Edsel. Cute. Okay. Edison, Mary Beth Clementine cites about old records. Old record claw across. Police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. No cited sources or evidence. The site's contents seem user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." What's the email address? An ad starting soon. I'm a potato. And I'll be right back. Hello. I hope you enjoyed the advertisements. We don't say Happy Remembrance Sunday. I believe it's Happy Memorial Day. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. You didn't? Well, it's too bad. Hate Netscape and Spider Search. They have a monopoly on the internet. Well, I mean, yeah, they have a monopoly on the internet only if you want to use the best. You could use North American Online, but you know, I don't really like their practices, and they're not as fast. Features aren't as good. Brand recognition, though. I think splitting hairs when someone wishes you a happy something is pretty autistic. Don't you think that's a little autistic? I'm not laughing when you said it. I'm just imagining someone going, that seems a little autistic to me. You don't have to be so autistic about it. Happy autism. Oh my god. That's just so ridiculous. That seems a little autistic. Undertones of autism. Searching on Wahoo. Their AI is shit. Aren't they all? Alright. Okay. Oh boy. Why does it say I have four? Oh, because there's 4 files. Oh, Jesus. So this is going to be the journal for this DLC, I bet. Given some partial staff records to cross-reference Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottrees or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and the factories are not listed. Now, sure, I hope it will be, except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spiders searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Leadership, President Zach Morden, Special Management Ernest Madsen Jr., Office Staff Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Ravensworth. Immediately, I think that it's her last name, but Guy Hudson. Sam's Farm Supervisor. Okay. Elizabeth Farrow. Okay. That would be the last name then. We're just gonna go with that. Pharaoh. Okay. Calling someone autistic seems like it should be a slur. I don't know. I think it depends on how you... But I think for that one, it depends on context. You know what I mean? Like, you could say, for instance, as an example, you have brown hair. Or you could say, ugh, you have brown hair? It's kind of like that. I think it depends on context. I could be wrong in that one, though, because I'm not autistic and I can't speak for them. That's what it seems like. That's just my take on it. I'm open to be corrected. You seem autistic. I don't know why that's tickling me so much. L take, bruh. -2. -2, -2. Okay. Major expenses, none. 1977 is announced Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They had a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Okay. Patrick Decker was hired for office staff. Eli C. Roottrees, no longer employed by Roottrees. Ernest Madsen Jr. now listed under product management. Okay. Christine Farrow was hired. Is that her name? Ah. Shit. That's... Oh, this is her name. Okay. I had it wrong. Okay. I knew I recognized that. So she's not Joanna Farrow. Which means Elizabeth was Christine's mom. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh, shit. What? Where did I see... Was it in my evidence? Don't remember. I forget where I read about... Joanna was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired. Well, that's exactly the information I was looking for. Lovely. Robertson. Thank you. Good. Christine Farrow was hired. Let's see. Secretaries. I said about, okay, so these aren't current, so I'm not gonna get the occupation. Okay. So the only thing I need is Christine Farrow's current occupation. I don't think I'm gonna get any more information helpful to me at the moment. Because all of that is for cross-referencing stories about all these. And without the stories, having a list of names and hirings and positions in the past. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000. Holy shit. Chat room, are you going to give me $50,000 for my 50th year of streaming? I mean, I'm over a fifth of the way there. No. Yes. Ooh. Hmm. Hey. See if the world still exists by then. I'm sure it will. Let me knock on wood. Need this to be notarized? No, I trust you all. If inflation continues, that'll be 1 sub. Yeah, Phil Collins might die by then. That's true. That's rough. Okay. So it's saying there's clues, but I'm not supposed to just look up names. So it specifically says it'd be a waste of time. Guy Hudson replaces, and then all these, oh my god. President office refurbishment. Tried to develop caviar as a 5-piece flavor. Retirement party for Edward Roottrees. Christmas tree bash. New Year's Eve ball. Australia, China, France, Brazil. Butterscotch for 5 pieces. They tried to do it again. They really wanted to make caviar happen, dude. Oh, that's really funny. 2 years in a row they tried to make caviar candy. Guy is so bad, yeah. That's funny though. Alright, that was all the new evidence. I'm gonna cry. Good. So this still has clues. All the evidence is before is still available in your VNC. Any searches that do not lead to a relation still function. Yeah. We can look up Gwyneth. Let's immediately look up Gwyneth. Do we do Gwyneth Roottrees or her maiden name? Gwyneth Anderson, perhaps? Never celebrities, general public's perception of classic faces. Yeah. Okay. Bess Williams. Okay. That led to Bess Williams. And Bess Williams led to this random picture from a library of an unknown author. Okay. That was a weird one. Okay. Most action took place in and around Butler County, Pennsylvania. The company was initially located. Let's just look up Butler County. Not updated. Okay. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. And they go by Roottrees sisters. Website you used to initially place Raina, Rose, and Riley is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, it's now a more traditional black text on white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. Seems she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Oh. Regardless, there's no relevant information. Just picture the girls' sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From the other higher profile sites, you find that a charity's been set up in the girls' name, the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. I think I looked at this already. Yeah. MIDI piano. Ever had caviar? Yes. I do not like it. Just like truffle? Truffle has a really distinct flavor that can be good if used properly. I think caviar is just weird. Personal taste. Some people love caviar, dude. I don't think caviar has the wide range of use that truffle does. And truffle is a lot cheaper and easier to kind of fake, I guess. You can get like truffle flavoring and not like actually truffles. If I looked up Clancy Trust again. Roottrees Company's unusual legal arrangement, motivation, most of their major financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company as well as their sister clothing company, Root, with a period. It means that nearly every Roottree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures that could significantly dig into the profits. After the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should all have been covered under the trust according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree, in the direction of Elias Roottree, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company. The most celebrated move was the first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of third-party Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottrees family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Okay. Elias, Carl, and Raina are on the cover of magazines. Why does that matter? Other notable Roottrees such as Lauren Rootree, Miracle Rootree, and Jim Rootree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. So, is it Laura Rootree or Lauren? I already forgot and I just read it. Lauren. In the wake of Six Pieces release, Lauren Rootree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She's relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There's a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond in the premises. Oh! Oh! Gross. Ah, frick, man. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Look at me. Look at me. An entry entitled Cruelty, relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. No stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. It was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, sayings, blood's thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember Sam. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind, parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. So, I think this is just saying that Elias and Miracle are the ones that were unfaithful. Which I know. That's unfortunate. I don't really know what else. First time I was introduced to US paper currency, my first thought was, this smells real weird. Yeah. Old, cheap cloth, touched by thousands, if not millions of hands. Delicious. Well, now what? Alright. Lauren's 2 diaries, probably the most useful resource overall, mentioning... What was the other one? It was like Revisited or something like that. Life Between Wars. Oh, shit. Am I dumb? Romance in court. Count. Well, it was like Diaries Revisited. I want to look up that. I forget the name of it though. I forget how I found it. Maybe there's probably nothing. Whatever. No, I really should find it. I forget how I did though. And I'm not allowed to look at the base games like... Oh, it was the Pyro one. Shit, I don't know. Oh, the base game as evidence is in a separate tab? Aha! Revisiting the Diary. Lauren Roottrees. Thank you. That's good tech. Good tech. Appreciate that. Fair enough. It's worth a go. Miracle Roottrees. I don't think I've looked up anything on him yet. Seems Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour in the United States in late 1999. Previous flyer for the 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be part of history. The oldest living Roottrees retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottrees grew up as a famous 5Ps living life of wealth and luxury and fortune and nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. However, life lived now in the 70s, age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult, so consider your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down to Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss family saints and sinners, provide a unique perspective on the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in, mentions tickets can be purchased through local services. Noticeably absent are any mentions of Miracle's news appearances. Okay, so it's 3 generations of Miracles. Okay, nothing new. What about, it's old, okay. So nothing new from Miracle Roottrees. Jim Roottrees, though. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzler. As mentioned, they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any of the recent news. A Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania, and while neither of them had performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim stated that he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. Was that the name of their band? Where? Jim and Diamond, okay, yep. Rolling on down to the city. Okay, let's look up Diamond Dazzlers. Anything new? Same thing. Okay. Just beat Kenna Bridge of Spirits on Master Mode, 25th Platinum. Nice. That game looked kind of cool. I never played it. It looked neat though. Your ex is from Butler. Maybe she's a Roottrees. Was she also unfaithful? Uh-oh. Alright, so Jim. So they just aren't involved. That's pretty much as far as that goes. Okay, cool. Ooh. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people keep emailing him. Most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. Left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. Tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate. Some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poisons. I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiancé wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Oh, congrats, Canis Lupus. That game looked pretty cool. I never checked it out, though. Good game, fun bosses. What up, Banana Boy? So this Guy Hudson Because Guy Hudson had the wet hair. Okay. So... Boop. So what is Clark Rafferty doing in the new area? Oh god. He might be down here. I bet the Raffertys are down here somewhere. So it's Elias at the top. It'd have to be, right? I don't know. Shit. Excited and surprised to see you here. I started a little late. So whoever is Elias's illegitimate child, they married. They had a child with John Doe, and they split up or maybe died, and Elias's illegitimate child adopted their child. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay. November, Roottrees, difficult to place. Brian Jones company website. I already checked out Brian Jones website. Is November searchable? No. Okay. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Let's look up Brother Trouble again. Okay. I think I already looked up. That's how they spelled it, right? Oh, Ron and Robbie. Yeah. And then Robbie didn't have anything. No, he did. Robbie Ritchie was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces. Robbie's participation in the Clancy Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, since become much more publicly infamous. He's not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her in mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. So, Gwyn Roottree? Thought her name was Gwyn Roottree, was it not? 2 N's. Ah. But of course. Gwyn Rootree's somewhat well-known actress, was active in the 1950s, biggest roles in minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago after leaving Hollywood. She made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, Guys Like Us. Not much is known about her death except it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health, according to her friends and family. She was 67. Oof. Young. Peacefully in her sleep with pneumonia. Ah, yes. The peaceful sleep of intense pneumonia. Is this a sponsor game? No. No. A sponsor game is more of a point and click. This is more of a detective one. More Jai puzzle the last 6 hours, you lost control of your life? Oh, are you doing the super duper blueprint House of Mirrors bullshit? Or is there like a more Jai website that someone made? The only way I can fall asleep. It's very blue where I am. Yeah. Gross. How'd you like the main story ending of this? Main story and ending was good. It's a good twist. It's a very good twist. I liked it a lot. Okay, so it keeps saying guys like us, guys like us. So let's see if there's something new on that one. Guys Like Us is a 1953 comedy film. Two secretaries cut their hair short, pose as businessmen, get ahead in life. Leslie Florence. Ooh, they listed her name now. It's fairly, I don't think they did before. Fairly popular at box office, made its budget back, but was seen as somewhat formulaic, so it didn't really stand the test of time compared to the other classic films of the era. It was recently released for the first time on home video due to Roottrees mania. The time it took to manufacture and ship VHS copies of Guys Like Us meant that it missed the height of the craze, which only lasted a few weeks. Even so, it did sell modestly well, and there have been talks of a remake. I don't remember it mentioning Leslie Florence. It did. Shit. Well, let's look anyways. Leslie Florence was the other actress besides Gwen Roottrees in Guys Like Us. Before Guys Like Us, she was in very few small supporting roles. Florence in Guys Like Us was generally thought of quite good, especially considering she got second billing to Gwen. Even with the success and acclaim, she retired from Hollywood almost immediately after a co-starring role. Not much was known about her until recently, when Guys Like Us was really released right at the tail end of Roottrees mania. Recently, as part of a myriad of articles and research people have done to those surrounding the Roottrees, came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s. Yikes. What about Harrison Lane? There was very little about Harrison Lane before, and there still is. What was Wild Bobby Brown? No. What was his name? Walter Forsythe. Wild Bill Williams. Actor known for his role of Fortune Favors the Grave, did not make an appearance at Gwen Roottrees' funeral. Because of his absence, there are rumors online he must have already died, but according to a reporter that tracked him down, he's in his 70s, still lives in Paris, and is still in perfectly fine health. He even went on record saying, "I think it was Mark Twain who said the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. That seems appropriate today." The few years I spent with Gwen were just one stop along the very long and complicated journey that has been my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me to never contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume they had some idea of why she hated me so much and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well, and I'm sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me to be there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. Good for him, I guess. What was her name? I already forgot her name. Raina. Rakhina. No. How does it spell? How the fuck does it spell this weird name? Rahina. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. Teen Blast. Oh. Well, okay. Still 3. Sam and her father are cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Oh, do I have access to the things that I missed? Yes. I never saw this. 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH are the first 2 letters of her last name. Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s and letters written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the Stoonie bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to a father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends with the mention of a twisted twin, seems to evoke imagery of classic literature. Not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such a beauty was ripped from its rightful fate and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. Fabulous. The eternity of praise, not corrupted in the sins. Joyous day, all strength and muster, fight a child's freedom. Okay. Married to an older man of no notable status. So it was infidelity, but nothing notable for this. Okay, so that's cool to see. What other things did I miss? Nope, saw that one. Anything? I think that might be the only, like, piece of evidence I didn't get. And this. Didn't see that one. Oh, and this one. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. So those are... Yeah. Okay. I've taken this time to fill in blanks, I guess. Oh, I was looking for this. It didn't let me find it. Alright. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Man. So where was I? This was all a tangent from... Ron and Robbie. Sam and her father cryptically mentioned, book about historical letters. Yes, just read that. Few dead ends and red herrings. Claimed he was a Roottrees but was not. Family Man turned out to be propaganda, not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Okay. Shit. So I do need to find those. Very specifically search for it in Spidey. I did. I typed in cherry tree. I guess you need to type in Cherry Tree by Jim and Diamond. Something. Oh, the result did say it's an awfully broad search. Try narrowing it down or something like that. And I was just like, bleh. Fuck it. Okay. So let's see. No, not that button. This button. This one. Off topic. Find the wall. Curse words. Hi, Sam. Clark. Swashbuckle my heart. I think it's by Rafferty? Yeah. How the hell do you spell Rafferty? I completely mind empty. Why? Rafferty. Out of print, no copies available. Really released as X marks the spot. Oh, right. Let's see. Copy. Paste. From the back of the book, Buried Treasure, Lauren Roottrees, the author of the Court series. Keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting Dyer 10 years later. Okay. Life Between Wars. Romance in Court. Court Jester series. I know I just looked this up, but we're gonna do it again. About the author, Blur mentions she had inspiration from her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay, Brother Clancy's lectures. Clancy Roottrees Jr. Clanky Roottrees. Periodicals. Well, let's do Junior. Has a period, right? Yeah. Chatters are dead. TV show in the UK called Air Hunters. It was kind of like this. They use public records to find beneficiaries, usually not so many cheaters. Okay. So there's still 3 clues here, and I don't know what to do about that. Did I just look up just Roottrees, just straight up? I'm playing through the ads. Stream shouldn't be live too much longer. Yeah. Much change over the last many months of Roottrees Candy Company. One of those things is its website. Though during your last search, you only got a good look at the history page. The design itself has clearly become more like sleek and very corporate. Gone is the history focused on Elias Roottrees. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings, high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company owned by the Roottrees Candy Company. There's a small section at the bottom lists president as Clark Rafferty LaRue. A short bio mentions he was responsible for some of the marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson.
Oh, yeah?
The staff? Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in the house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion. Her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines in the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Damn. Dude, 200 yards is very close. A plane crashing 600 feet from you? That's insane. Okay, it's Kurt Johnson, Trisha King, Eliza Nicholson. Did I miss the pilot and co-pilot? NTSB. National Transportation Safety Board, responsible for the investigating plane crashes. Other countries have their own investigative organizations. Now, is that... I mean, it wouldn't be here, right? Because... Still trying to make caviar happen, dude. Huh. Most of the hand-picked by Guy Hudson secretaries were let go. Can't believe it. Missed Jochen Helberg's house by meters is about 5 a.m. local time. Damn. Yikes. I did not hear about that. I'm not super up to date on Norwegian news, personally. That's the first time hearing of it. 1, 3, 2, 2, 1. I guess, could I look up these events? Maybe in the Butler County Times? No, okay. Grandorf Dove donation. Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County. Serves much of the part of Pennsylvania nearby Ohio. Ooh, big riz. According to their websites, formerly named Grandorf Dove, because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove, Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. 1990 was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing was an expansion of Gandorf Dove, now Gandorf School for the Deaf, built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to the history site, they got their name after a president of Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. That checks out. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with detail from other information you see about the school. It mentions the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people, that wished to better serve those hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened, she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on weekdays. Oops. Oops. Ugh. I keep thinking that it, like, automatically... Okay. That was the name, right? Gandorf Dove, yeah. Interesting little thing. So one of the women that Guy had an affair with blackmailed him into donating $250,000 to the school she went to. How about searching for that caviar candy? No, I shan't. Fuck it. Alright. There you go, for the fans. Ganondorf Dove. Oh, Grandorf. I didn't see the R. I was actually not thinking Zelda, I was thinking Gandalf. You shall not pass. I have no memory of this place. Oops, back to this. There are 3 pieces of information here, huh? What the hell is Zigua? Chinese word for watermelon.
Zingua.
Okay. Yeah, you never know. So they were trying to reach a Chinese market, it seems, because of his trips to China. Australia, China, France, Brazil, yeah. Presidential office refurbishment. Can we look that up? No. Just seeing if any of the more unique expenses do anything like the donation did. Douglas Rothenberg was rehired. Ah, here we go. Worktime Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. Roottrees candy companies listed on their size, companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one recognized. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Worktime Temp and anyone related to your search. Fuck. I don't know how I'm supposed to glean anything because it specifically says cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. So, like, I was releasing a Balrog versus Gandalf book nook, and it absolutely looks like the Balrog is pissing on Gandalf. Oh, the Balrog's whip is like clear yellow Legos. I can see it in my mind's eye. That's funny. Post on Discord. Nice. Do it to it. I think we're reaching that point where I am no longer able to think. Bribed a politician to open a factory in Brazil. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, that's something. Hold on. Beth Williams was the woman he had an affair with. Ah, who's Beth? It'd be Beth Williams. Because Beth Williams wrote the, like, super duper I Love Elias book, I believe. I like that theory more than the Elizabeth Secretary theory. It also explains why there's an available picture of a unknown author from Miami. Why the fuck else would she be on here? Don't know Mark Clementine's story. I feel like we could probably find out about that. There'd be 1, 2, 3. Nothing on a fourth. Oops. That was supposed to be... Nope. Damn. Let's see. His eyes on the sparrow. Mm-hmm. 1953 article mentioned that her first visit was massive success in the Insistence of Miracles congregation. She's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently. It doesn't clarify. Oh. The singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by the troubles. God's watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, the singer knows God is also there to watch over them. Oh yeah, let me look. Where'd you put it? Oh, photo memes. Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's piss. Wow. Incredible stuff. It's up bedtime. That's gonna be me in a few hours. What's up, bedtime? Where was I looking? Advocate benefits options from the United States Congress. Simply their detailed experience go through the system. Adopt Stewart. Mary Beth has been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. What was her real name? Mary Beth Quaker. Maybe I can find something on Stuart Clementine, perhaps? Clementine isn't that popular last name. I managed to find a Stuart Clementine listed with the many names. There's an emergency service website in New Orleans. Seems he's a police officer. He has no web presence. Okay, and the other one is Mark Clementine. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. What's up, Phenomenon? How you doing, man? Very small fellow Baldwins. Very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Most everything else seems to come from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him the nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. Yeah, new periodical. Figured it would be. 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. How's life? I've lost control of my life. I'm streaming for over 8 hours on my day off because I can't stop staring at my computer screen. How are you? Basket baby of 1950. A few sides true stories focus on and around religion mentioned in 1950. A gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption. Someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question, raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, many circles he became known as the basket baby. He even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state how the woman or the baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into it or either people too closely. Context, you know it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Okay. Billy Sims. Billy Sims, principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by the Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, trustworthy tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. It was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop up onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Hell yeah, Billy. Clem tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Based. Billy's based as fuck. That's awesome. Sandstone Canyon High School. There's the relevant thing. Not much information about it. Mentioned a lot of articles about Billy Sims. Okay. Multnomah County Corrections Division. Prisoner, maybe? Criminal? Smuggler? CEO, chef, comedian, construction dancer, director, farmer, firefighter, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing mechanic, mobile, military model, musician, news anchor, pilot, police officer, preacher, principal, pro athlete, professor. Okay, well, apparently he has a different job now. Let's look up. Important Telegraph's one provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine. Some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the lake, had to call Mayday because he was losing blood. Tried to tell them that he was a crop duster. Ooh. Somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. His story seems very odd. Controlled very quickly, alerted police without informing him. He landed there waiting. He was promptly arrested. He was a pilot, I guess? I did see pilot. Okay. So we've got 3. But I can't seem to find any information regarding his spouse or his kids. Where did I even get that? I don't even remember. Oh, from this? Yes. Did I ever just look up Sam Madsen? I think I did, didn't I? Oh, it'll probably take me to 6 pieces. But let's try. Yeah, okay. Wait, there's an older? Oh, okay. Interesting. Hi, Setback. Miracle Church. Really? How you spell it? I just look up Hollywood. Okay. So Stewart is not a root tree, but Mark is. I don't know. What are all the periodicals I have access to? The Herald was just to find Bess Williams. Beth Williams. Is that her name? Oh shit, it was Bess, wasn't it? Oh, I fucked that up, didn't I? Fuck. Fuck. Bess Williams. Oh, but she has a lisp. Oh, I was right. I just wrote the wrong name. I was right. Who's Beth? Who's Beth? Who's Beth? It's Bess, because she has a lisp. That's fucked. This game's crazy. It's like, wait, it isn't Bess Williams. It is like the secretary Elizabeth. Because they're saying, who's Beth? Oh, goddamn. That's crazy. Cool.
Groovy!
Stop eating my sesame cakes.
Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back.
Wolf Beth? That's my sister.
That's my sister. Twisted transistor. They got the music do. Minor history of Roottrees, family man, blatant propaganda, site dedicated hurricane statistics. Okay. Let's look up Jefferson, Texas. The Jefferson Jimplecute. What the fuck? Alright. Does that have any clues? It does. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of biased, misleading nature. Definition of a picture would be a picture of this book. Book tells you nothing about lies, and for what you know, true feelings toward some of his extended family assure you. The reissue of this book so lazy reused the famous photo of lives from Business Watch. Copyright had expired. was kind of hoping it would have the dictionary definition like it said it would. So it does specifically mention Business Watch for Elias. But then it's not... Maybe... Searching Business Watch? No? Did I already search Carl Roottrees? No. Kristen Valdez claims Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. Doesn't make any claim about having a child with him, just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it was boring. She said they met up when he was sent to private school near your hometown, broke up when he graduated, and moved back to Butler County. Private school near her hometown. I don't know. Damn it, Matthias. Watch the fuck out. You used to live near there? What, Butler County? This DLC is much tougher because you're basically having to go through the entire game again to see if it's updated. This is where you learn she has a lisp. So it's Beth. Oh, I was gonna look up Multnomah County. How the hell is it spelled? Multnomah. Okay. That's unfortunate. I suppose it would have a clue if there was anything. There's still 3 clues there. There's still 4 here. I've been over this a million times. Yeah, who's Beth? Bess. Elias had a secretary named Elizabeth. So I guess I can look up that specific one based on... This is Zach Morden. Beth Knox. It's Beth. A waste of time. Yeah, I don't know. It's annoying, makes me want to play less. It's a little more annoying. The base game flows very well, and once you find one breadcrumb, it's a lot easier to flow into the other breadcrumbs. This one has been a lot less straightforward, and I think that's by design. I think they purposefully made it much harder. And I'm not sure I'm vibing with the way they did it. I think I would have preferred that they not have new, like the way they did it so that there's like, look up the same thing, but now it's new information. But a lot of the stuff that it's still the same. So like, check everything to see if it's new. And you gotta go through all the clues again, everything you just did. I'm not huge on it. It's not the worst thing in the world, and I'm still getting that itch of like, ooh, this is what they did, and oh, I looked up the right thing, so now I know who this is, and I found their last name, I'm so smart. Like, I'm still getting that itch. Scratched. But it is a lot harder to earn that. No puns. There's an option to search all periodicals at once? There is? How? It is in settings. Two results. So it just tells you how many thing? Might have to restart. Okay. Weird. Alright, well, we'll see next time. Thank you for letting me know. It's good, because there's a lot of periodicals. And when you're just like re-looking for stuff and just looking for like any information you may have missed, it's annoying to like, which periodicals did this one search term pertain to? I don't know, let's go through them all one by one again. So, that's good. That does help. Here, let's see if restarting does do that. Nope. Weird. Maybe I have to quit the whole game. Well, we'll see next time. That's a good stopping point. God, it's already 7:15. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yikes. Who do be doing the do that they do? Oh good, he's already got the didgeridoo out. That'll make it easy. We're gonna go hang out with DGR Dave.